Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? I'm so sorry for being late today. As you can tell, I'm a bit flustered. All right, let's catch up on the chat. What time did you guys get here? My gosh. La, 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 la. John's in the house. Hello, Matilda. Matilda, half an hour to get the kids in the bed. Can I do it? You're welcome to come late. You're not the one that has to be on the screen. Retroranga, how are ya? Rob H. Is Rob H new? How are you, Rob? We have a few Robs in the chat now, I reckon. Tiger, how are ya? Nigel, Cindy, welcome, welcome. Rob, tell us a bit about yourself. Flipper J, hello, hello. Do resellers have friends apart from other resellers? Something worth talking about. Da 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 da. Social life. Da 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 da. Make catch up's a business trip. See how for long? No, I did not fall asleep and bail. It was just lots to do today. So, but I'm here. I'm here. Damoose, Rodney. Rodney, is this your first time here as well? I feel like I've seen your name before, but not in one of the live streams, unless I'm mistaken and it was one of the older ones. Smeller, hello, hello. There we go. First time live stream watcher. You know what, Rodney? Not just first time live stream watcher. How about first time live stream watcher and do some listings while you're at it? Wait, I'm gonna do something here. So I'm gonna set up. Okay. Who else is here? We have 19 people already. Damn, this is a good turnout. Normally we start at about like 10, 12, and then we slowly build up to that 19. 19 here from the start. Mr. Adamson, hello. Royalty, Jess Surley, welcome. Liz, hello. Wendy T. This is good. How about Rob H and Rodney? Tell us about where in. Are you Australian? First of all, let's figure that out. Are you Australian? And if you are, whereabouts in Australia are you? Wait, Rob changed from alias to name. So what? You are Charger? Like Charger 90, Rob? "21 people. Wow. There we go, Charger. Awesome. Okay, so Rodney, whereabouts are you from? Where in the Australia or the world are you? Aussie from Adelaide. I sell very part-time, but always shopping for stuff to sell. Cool. Another South Australian. Oh wow. Do any of the Adelaide South Australian people know Rodney before this live stream? Okay, cool. So we know who Rodney is. Awesome. Megan, you're here with all the night owls. Hello. Okay. Have a good night. Because last time you told us that you tried to stay up with us, and the next day you were completely wrecked. So clearly this is not the time. This is not your prime time slot. We'll let you go relax and call it a night, and then you'll crush it in the morning while the rest of us are still groggy and taking double, triple shot coffees to get started in the day. Sweet, sweet. All right, so I need to go make my coffee. I didn't want to like leave you guys here. I know we've got like newcomers coming. I didn't want to be like 9:30 turn up and this thing wasn't running. So Drew, hello, hello. So I'm gonna go get my coffee and then I'll be back and then we can start a 30-minute session. It feels like the energy is very much a listing one tonight, and then we'll do it again. It feels like the energy is a very listing one tonight. And then we'll talk about friends and reselling after that. Who else is here? Who else is here? Jiggy, 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 jiggy. Thrifting Odd Style. I'm guessing that's a new person as well. Tell us your name or your initials. M. And also where you're from. We got Adam's in. Paul Laurie, hello, hello. Jada, hello. Did you like my video? The one when I slipped you in it. Let me know what you think. If I did a good job or not. If I did you justice. I was tempted to make you look pretty, but I was like, nah, just leave it as is, stock standard. Thrifting Hostile, Andrew Perth. Wow, we got some Western Australians in this one. Mandy's Western Australian, right? Who else? Retro Ranga, I think is Australian. Australian, Western Australian. Nigel and Cindy, yes, of course, of course. But you guys, but Nigel and Cindy, you guys are like Western Australian, soon to be not Australian, because you guys want to do the whole nomadic thing and resell from wherever. Of course, yes, and Rob. So I feel like this chat is very much like Western Australians and South Australians and the odd Melbourneian here and there. All right. So Andrew, Rodney, essentially what we do, 30 minutes of listing. There's a timer here. And when it winds down, alarm. So essentially, I will be completely silent for 30 minutes, or at least I try. That way, people want to list can list with this kind of in the background, and the chat's the only thing that's happening. We come back to the chat when the alarm rings. It's kind of like everyone's kind of like ding ding, come back. We look at the chat. So if there's any questions, anything, any good topics of discussion, I will elaborate on it, have a bit of a whatever. And then once we've dealt with that, we go do another 30 minutes. And for the most part, we get through about 5 to 6 30-minute slots in the 5 hour period, which is pretty cool. So stay for as short as long as you want. But yeah, let's go. Yes, John, you won't be silenced, but I will remain silent, which was very hard because sometimes like Grumpy Granny comes in and she's like, "Hey, John, watch this video. Watch this video. I posted a link. Watch it." I'll be like, "I can't reply you yet. I need to be quiet until the alarm rings." All right, let's go. All right, let's see. How's everyone going? I've done 11 at the moment. I'm going a bit slow today for some reason. Up, 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 up. Who did we miss? So Flipper J is back at 10:30. Apparently, I have not asked where they are from. I'll reserve the apology for when they come back. Josh G came in left. Sup, champs? John saying, yep, we go for sometimes the chat can go for a lot longer before we actually start listing. Sometimes we just get listing. Yep, that's right. So, and usually what I've noticed is on Thursday, if you guys want to game this somehow in your favor, productivity wise, I find that on Tuesday, we chat a lot more at the front because everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's finally listing session. And then by the time we get to Thursday, it feels like Thursday, we get a lot more listing done in the front. And then the topics that we talk about tend to be more along the lines of, oh, by the way, has anybody tried this? Anybody done that? What do you think of this towards the middle and the end of the session? So if you feel like you want to get as much done, I guess it will be Tuesday end, Thursday start. But if you want to do a lot more chatting and connecting, then it'll be Tuesday start, Thursday end. Which does make sense, I guess. Why? Ooh, an American. Hello, hello. What time is it in Alabama? Or as Malaysians would say, Alabama. Welcome, welcome. Ah, the disgruntled octopus is here. Grief. Jonas, hello. This is cool. On Tuesday we had two Brits, and today we have one American. This is dope. Someone asked the question up the top, and I'm gonna go and I'd love to hear what you guys think about this question, which is, do resellers have friends apart from other resellers? What has your experience been with friends? What has your experience been making friends? I suppose I think what the question really comes down to is, because I feel like the question framed is more like, because you have so much flexibility as a reseller, and you are not bound to a box anymore. You know, for example, if let's like I'll go to school events, and it's very clear that at a school event, when people are from you try and stay within the classes that your kids are in. So for example, 1A, the 1A parents will stay together, and the 1C and will parents stay together, and then the bridge between that class and the next class might be because that child has a sibling in that class, and then the parents will then, so there's a bit of a bridging exercise based on common ground, right? But then, of course, profession is another bridge in these situations where you'll notice that two people are talking and you're like, wait, their kids don't go to the same class. And then you realize, right, they're doctors. Or you realize, like, and then immediately all these stereotypes come into play. The whole, yeah, of course, a doctor will talk to another doctor. And of course, an engineer will gravitate to another engineer. And of course, that person and that person, they don't do the same thing, right? They're tradespeople. One's a plumber, one's an electrician. So I guess that's something to talk about there. And so, yeah, I suppose with reselling, it's a bit interesting because we don't fit into any box. Both the beauty and the burden of the industry, the fact that you can be someone that sells Lego and cosmetics because you happen to know both categories at an expert level, and somehow you make it work. You make a living because both of them sit on shelves, both of them get shipped in boxes, both of them gets listed on this platform called eBay. And I think that's why that question is a very real question. Who are your friends that are not resellers? Or do you find that when you meet people who are not resellers, what are the characteristics of non-resellers that make good friends for you? I feel like most of my friends who are not resellers tend to be people who very good at being sounding boards because I'm also a very good sounding board. So I find that I don't like going to social gatherings where we just talk about surface level things. I like to go to I like to go quite deep into the nitty gritty to find out how things work, because I think as resellers, we're a lot of times we're kind of reverse engineering everything. We're reverse engineering supply chains, we're reverse engineering platforms. We're trying to figure out what does and doesn't work. And so I suppose any conversation that works those muscles, it could be reverse engineering parenting, or marriage, or um, any sort of short-term, long-term plan. So yeah, I struggle with the general pub conversation, like talking about the footy, talking about the weather, talking about going on holiday. Like, I struggle with that conversation, and I generally don't look forward to social settings with where that's going to be the flavor of the night. So that, I think, marks my friendships. Yeah, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are. Why, Chaka? 7:28 a.m. Cool. So you're just starting your day. The octopus doesn't need friends, only workers. Only workers, minions. Scott, does the missus count? I suppose you'd assume the missus understands the most. But then again, you're kind of like further along marriage wise. So I suppose she's had a long time to get to kind of figure it out, right? Um, Chris is heading to bed. Nice, Chris. Nope, just my wife, dog, kids, chat with people I most likely not run into on lives or Insta or on reseller vids. And making friends with other resellers is also a bit tricky at the start, I feel, because everybody starts out quite secretive. I don't think I've actually met a reseller who started out and was super open from the get-go, because it can feel like you're two parts. I think there are obviously those that feel like reselling is the world's best kept secret, and if they've found something that they can sell, that they should keep it a secret for as long as possible. But at the same time, I think the other thing that isn't talked about is the fact that when you start out, you have no confidence. When you start out, you don't know what you're doing. And so you don't want to give away what you're doing for. So you think it should be a secret, like the whole treasure hunting thing. But then there's also I don't know what I'm doing. And then it splits into two again. I don't want to look like an idiot and tell people things that I'm doing and then get told that I don't know what I'm doing. And at the same time, so I want to figure it out in silence, which is counterproductive, but we feel safe. And then the other one is, I don't want to give away, essentially kind of a link to that first point. I don't want to give it away, because if someone takes away my opportunity, then I can't quite grow my business at all. So branching out of that insecurity of I don't know what I'm doing, so I don't want to tell people, I don't want to meet any friends until I guess I have something to offer in a conversation, I suppose. Maybe. Yeah. Liz, friends, they probably feel slightly neglected since I have been focused on eBay. I have them who I have known for a while, not resellers. Those are the best friends, though. The ones that, you don't see them for 6 months, 12 months, and you just pick up where you left off. They understand you've got shit to do, and vice versa. They don't feel like you don't care. And then if ever they need you, like they're the friends who you don't see them for 12 months to 2 years. And then the moment they need to move house, they call you and you turn up, and you help them to move house, you catch up with them on the spot, and then you don't see them for another year or two. And then before you know it, you get invited to their kids' weddings anyways, that kind of thing. So Nigel Anthony, my poor husband has been pulled into this. He is now in charge of photos, plus he is awesome at sourcing. There you go, discovering skill. Rob's going, the friends still don't fully understand what I do, and I think I annoy them because I'm always looking around and press comping in my head. the Yeah, I feel like I had this. So one of the things that I had the privilege of growing up was my dad was a banker, and he was the kind of banker that. So there are people there are those people at work who that the moment they leave, their client base just follows them because they love dealing with them. My dad was that kind of person, so he knew how to do that very well. Um, he but he also wasn't a risk taker in the sense that he would never go and do his own business, although he would have plenty of opportunity. He still very much valued the stability of a job, coming home, that balance. And so when he would build up this clientele of business friends that became a family friends of ours, and I grew up watching them. And one thing I noticed was business people generally just their brains just tune out for whatever reason. Like in mid conversation, their face just you can tell like their eyes just glaze over momentarily, like as if they need to mentally be in a different room. And I think that's kind of what Rob's alluding to with like my friends don't understand what I do, and I think I annoy them because I'm always looking around and price comping in my head. One of my friends' dad, he because they ran like a global business, essentially the way his wife would explain it to the room is like, oh, I think he's probably in a different time zone right now, like because he just remembered that, oh, the Hong Kong office needs something, and so then he would just his head would just tune out, but he'd be looking at you. It's not like he would duck away, he'd say excuse me, walk off. It'd just be his brain would go elsewhere and then come back. So I think that might be it. Hi, Loopy. Also, Flipper J, where are you from? You did say, I'm sorry for offending you for not asking where you're from. I just assumed. I think what it was when you came into the live stream, I feel like people already knew who you were. So I'm like, okay, where are you from? Tell us. Flipper J goes, yep, I'm a deep person as well. I hate being brain dead. Exactly. I think that's the thing. How do I put it? How do we relax? I think that's what it is. People who come to these social functions and they just want to talk about surface stuff. Maybe they do it because they want to be brain dead. They want to just like not have to think. I don't ever find myself not wanting to think. I find myself not wanting to deal, which is completely different. It's like I enjoy being in a constant state of thinking. I don't like being in a constant state of having to deal. And so I feel that if I don't know what that says. I haven't quite thought about it, but this conversation has made me say it out loud. I've never said it out loud before. The sentence of I like being in a constant state of thinking, but not in a constant not having. I don't like having to deal. So what does that say about me? We've got 26 people here. Somebody can psychoanalyze that statement. Liz, my partner is almost at a point of not thinking I have them, just people I talk to online. That's hilarious. Oh, cute. John, I have two people at work start side hustles because my side hustle has worked out. That's good. That's good. Octo, I could psychoanalyze you, but I won't. But you won't like it. Rob, if ever we do merch, I will put that on merch somehow. ABC, always be comping. I reckon we could do a. I reckon we could do like a kids ABCs book. What was it? Have you guys seen the little homies that brand called Little Homies? If you guys haven't, I'll show it to you. It's they do like the ABCs of hip hop, and it's pretty cool. I'll find it. La la la. Let me see. ABC book. I think this is it. It's like they did the whole A is for one, A is for like one rapper, B is for another rapper, C is for another rapper. I reckon we could do a solid ABCs of reselling. Turn into like a kid's board book. where L is clearly for label printer. In fact, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm very curious. Let's do this. A is for. Let's do ABCs of reselling, and then we'll go back to listing, unless we want to do listing and then do this as like a bit of a break. You guys tell me. All right, we're on a roll. A is for I'll take arbitrage. B. A is for arbitrage. Arbitrage. B is for, all right, we'll take that one. B is for bolo. C. C is for cash. It's for, I'm gonna go cash. May our children never forgot. Oh, but I want comping. Comping. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. C is for change my mind. I don't want it now. Oh. Ooh. You know what? We won't use comping because I feel like we need to remind our kids of cash. It would suck for our kids to grow up and not. I was in a bunch of Facebook groups recently that had people complaining that they did sales through marketplace and people didn't want cash. Like they thought that cash was a hassle and they wanted to pay by transfer, and then they got pissed off that they couldn't do it. And I'm like, who says no to cash? Like cash is cash, you know. Like, and it's not like this. And this is not the seller insisting on cash, because I can understand the inconvenience of the seller going, we want cash, but we want like $28, and the buyer going, where the hell am I going to get the $8 from? But we're talking about the buyer not wanting to pay cash. Wait, no, the seller not wanting to receive cash. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So we must never okay, we must never forget about cash. We can put comping in R for research. I reckon that'll be R for research. D for Dymo sucks. Nah, we're not doing Dymo. Give me something else. D. Pick a better D. Pick a better D. Pick a better D. Not Dymo. Defect. Octo, you're very negative tonight, which is normal. You're very normal tonight. D. Jonas, you're going too quickly. Slow down. D is for description. We'll do that. D is for description. Not disgruntled octopus. E for, I think we had a couple of E's up the top. E is for earning. E is for E. And then relist. We're trying, Smeller, we're trying to myth bust. We don't want old folks' tales to go onto a kid's book. eBay. Oh my gosh, how did we not? Yes, E is for eBay. E for eBay. Entrepreneur. Ooh. We're gonna have to figure out where, Adam, you're gonna have to figure out where entrepreneur can go. F is for flipping. We'll do F is for flipping. Done. G. Let's go G. G is for Grumpy Granny. G. Give me a G. Give me a G. Goals. Ooh. Goals. It's kind of hard to put goals in a kid's book, though. Can you imagine trying to explain to a toddler what goals are? Daddy, what is goal? Garage sales. Cool. We'll go with that. That's yep. G for garage sales. H is for H. I'm like looking around my space. Hustle, done. H is for hustle. I. Haggling. Jonas Cook. Jonas haggling. I is for internet. Feels a bit generic. John, homeless if you get it wrong. I for inventory. Perfect. J for John the reseller. Low. J for. Hey John, J for jobless if you get it wrong. J. Junk. Drunk. Night Octo. J for Jonas. J for Jerks. Come on. We can do better than that. J. J. You know what? I'm gonna do. I'm gonna J for joy. Joy. I feel like we all do this because we find joy in it. I think that's a. I'm gonna go with joy. No, Matilda, we're not doing jousting sticks. We're doing J for joy and journey. There we go. Joy and journey, because I think that's important, right? Like you can't make a kid's book that does not talk about why we do what we do. We've got the money and whatever, but joy. K. Knowledge. Ooh. Yep. We'll do that. Knowledge. L. Love feels a bit too cheesy. Listing. Done. L for listing. M. Matilda. L for laugh. Low baller. And love. Oh dear. L for listing. M for money. Cool. M for money. I was gonna say M for marketplace as well. Marketplace is a good one. All right, we've got money, marketplace, margins. N. N for niche. Niche is good. Niche. All right. O. Am I talking louder? I'm so sorry. I'm like yelling into the mic. This is getting me quite excited. O. N for negotiation. I like that. Negotiable. Yep. O for op shop. Tiger, it'll be very interesting to know if op shops exist by the time our kids get to reselling. Might be something else. O for offers. Yep. Offers. Organize. Opportunities. Optimism. Ooh. Lots of good ones. P. Pressure. P for photo. There we go. Profit and photo. Done. P for photos. Q. Q is interesting. Q. Quality. Q for quality and quantity. Picking nose. Q for quality. Q for quality. I'm going Q for quality and quantity unless somebody has a better one. Jonas got quick. Question. All right, cool. R. We said R was for research. And I feel like S needs to be storage because we haven't talked about storage yet. Unless there's a better S than storage. What do you reckon? Oh, R also is reseller. S for selling, S for stupid questions, S for sourcing, Grumpy Granny, R for rap queen, S for success, S for story, S for sourcing. What about T? T for top rated seller. T for thrifting, T for targets, T for Terapeak, T. Nothing is particularly compelling yet for T. Technology, T for time. We got a few. We got a few. We might come back to T. What's after T? U. U. T for thank you. Thank you. You know what's funny? We didn't say B for buyer. Isn't it funny that in this exercise of us sellers talking about ourselves, we did not think to mention the buyer? T for transaction. How's that? Transaction. U for uniformity, upcycle. We got upcycle, we have used, and we have useless. We got unique, I like that. V, how about V? Velocity feels a bit complicated though. Because like, ooh, vintage. Interesting. Yes, that's a very reselling-ish thing. Venture, I like that. Victorious. Oh, that value. Come on, I think value is it. Like we gotta remember that value above all. Value. I'm going with value. The W. Watches. Pause. Champs, you want to explain unaffected and unbruised? What is reselling doing to you, and would you like to talk about it? Like for real. I feel like unaffected and unbruised. If you would like any help from the group, let us know and we'll chime in. Because I feel like unbruised and unaffected are pretty heavy words for reselling. W for work. Yes, I like work. Work's good. He's selling mangoes, unbruised and unaffected. X for xylophone. Rob's just getting in there. Like, what else can X be? W for wholesale. Interesting. Yeah, we haven't covered that one. Wholesale. Because we've covered work in hustle with H. So W for wholesale makes sense. X. X is interesting. V for Vero. Try having a buyer sending 200 plus offers for those. What are these people doing? It's like just Why? That's just dumb. Like, why would somebody do that? And for everybody out there, this is why I suppose we don't tell people our stores, because sometimes if you do that, you just one person just makes ruins your day. Not fun. Express. You know what? We'll do that. Express. Because I don't think we have anything else. Hmm. Sounds like somebody needs to set up an auto decline for all their listings. All right, Granny. Happy unpacking. Y for YouTube. And Z. Finish with XYZ. There is no limit for something. Could be. But it also feels a bit lazy doing the XYZ thing. I feel like we need to really, if we're teaching children to learn alphabets with words, we must show that we also have persisted to come up with something. Z for zebra, because apparently that's the number one brand in label printers. Unless someone has a different word for Z. Zen. Zen. Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take Zen. Not Z. Not Z. Oh, Z. Sorry. Speaking of zippers, my gosh, I remember when I was selling girls like women's clothing, I got a few of these like creepy people who go, "Oh, can you show me a photo of the zipper? Can you show me a photo of the zipper down zipper?" I'm like, "Who the hell are you people?" Hey, on Beyond Zebra. Dr. Seuss for resellers. That's what we need. Round of applause, everyone. We did our A to Z's, ABCs of reselling. And so, as with all things free market, this is now public domain. If somebody wants to go make a poster for all of us, feel free. Otherwise, I'll get to it. And if I get to it, we could make something of it. I'm sure we can do something in Canva for it all. Zillionaires, yeah. Zippers have to be YKK apparently. Well, it's not just that, right? There are some people who they like they ask for really creepy photos, and you just go, like they get this kind of weird, yeah, from stuff. Books along with stuff. Remind me, you're an Adam as well, right? Or is it Rob? I did not write it all down, but this live stream is recorded, so I guess we can just scrub through the video and just find the words. Rob, my poster will not be child friendly. John, a sale is a sale. Fair. Yes, Adam. Yes, you're one of the Adams. Cool. Night, Tiger. Sweet. Well done, everybody. Let's do another 30 minutes of listing. Cha-ching's all around apparently. Lots of sales. I've actually got to go and respond to some offers. I realized I just logged into one of my stores and I had like 18 notifications. Everybody send offers. We've also dropped from 29 people to 18. Have people left? No. So sad. How's everybody doing? Cool. Yeah, send offers. Just send them. Send them, send them, send them. I've got 11 to send. Whoa, Jonas, 51 offers to send. Come on. Send them, send them. Get those sales. That last half hour felt really short. I feel like just doing another half an hour stretch. The chat feels, we've now got 16 people. It feels like the energy is more of a settled energy. Shall we do another 30 minutes? I'm good to do another 30 minutes if you guys want to do another 30 minutes. What do you reckon? Another 30 minutes? Cool, let's go. I really wish I can bring my photos upstairs, but at the moment, it's computer upstairs, photos downstairs. So photos are very much a daytime thing. Ui. Jody's here, Sandra's here. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, with the A to Z thing, we had a bit of fun. Just wanted to do the ABCs of reselling and maybe make a poster out of it. Bit of a fun activity. I think live streams need activity. Otherwise, we can only talk about topics, right? Like so much. I feel like some days we give ourselves permission not to talk about certain topics. Just play some reselling mini games. Grumpy Granny, how's your unpacking happening? Going? Yeah, Wendy, that was that. I feel like going again. Like I'm getting a bit peckish. I've had coffee, haven't had a snack yet. It's only 12. I'm getting a bit cold. I feel like, um, yeah, I think I want some soup. I might go make some soup and come back. I've only done 51 listings so far. I reckon I can do better. All right, I'm gonna go get a snack. Hoodie on because it's cold. That's one of the things I find. One of the things I found what is it overwhelming, but rather challenging. Maybe is that the word? With doing YouTube and live streams is like keeping to format, and I struggle with keeping to format. The 30 and 10 is something that I know I can do, but if I had to do the same thing every single session where we must talk about something, we must address a question, that would totally stress me out. I think part of why I'm enjoying doing these live streams with you guys is because we just go with it, like there's a flow. So yeah, you guys are awesome. Like every session feels different, and that never fails to amaze me. I don't come to these sessions expecting it to be a certain way. I pretty much come here with a very open expectation, and you guys are awesome, and you never fail to surprise me. Yeah, pat on the back for you guys. uh, Nigel Cindy, I hit a bar of chocolate in the kitchen this afternoon. It took me 10 minutes to find it. Beans and pasta currently on the stove for Loopy. Awesome. Wendy loving Grumpy Granny's rap. That took a lot of effort, man. Like you guys who don't do YouTube need to understand editing takes time. So when someone puts like a 1 minute clip or like 20-second clip and there's all this editing happening, that takes so much time. So like respect the effort. Sorry for scaring you, Matilda. So Grumpy Granny's with her daughter. Is this the daughter that helps? Is this the one of the three that helps you do sourcing and stuff? Is it that daughter? Cool, cool, cool. If any of you guys haven't subscribed to Octo's channel, do so. Octo is finding it very interesting that his subscriber numbers, like he's got, it's very like it's only rare. The other two are boys. Makes sense. Makes sense. So nah, Grumpy, they'll always be boys. You'll always refer to your children as boys. They'll be your babies. They'll never ever be men. I mean, I feel like even when I have my own kids, my mom still looks when my mom looks at me, I don't think she sees a man. I still think she sees a boy. And I feel like the onus is not on her to change, but on me to just appreciate that I'm always gonna be my mom's boy, my mom's little boy. I feel like mothers always view their sons as boys, and dads want to view their boys as men, but they tend to want that to happen a lot earlier than the boys are ready. And then when the boys finally become men, it's like, oh, I wish I had enjoyed the boy phase more? Those of you guys who are dads of boys and girls, let me know what you think. A bunch of 100% came up. Retro, I'm the youngest of five, 40 years old, and I'm still her baby. Oh, 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 Sandra, always our babies. Yeah, so wholesome. What was I going to talk about? Right. Actually, no, I'm not gonna. We will not break this wholesome moment. You guys continue to be all clucky about babies. I'm gonna go make my soup, and I'll be right back. Spilled some. It was bound to happen at some point. Okay. GG, you inspire me. GG, you inspire us all, I think. My eldest son is 31, second is 29, my daughter is 26. "12-week-old babies back." Oh. They do grow very quickly. I was told once many, many years ago that I could have fun in a stuck elevator. I was wondering whether we should do whether we should do these listing live streams in a different place at some point. We can figure out how to get that happening. Change up the setting a little bit. Are you guys bored of seeing me in like this spot every week? Jody's going, anybody have problems with coupons not working? I don't send coupons very often. Actually, no, I lie. We send coupons based like as part of the offer, and they use it later, and we don't get people telling us they don't work. So I suppose in my case they do work, but we only have the one coupon, so we don't like have like a bunch of different coupons. It's just the one coupon. We just do the store-wide thing because the stores are niched enough anyway. So it's not like we have to do coupons for clothing and electronics because they both exist in the same store. When you say they're not working, what do you mean? Oh, grumpy, sneaky. I packed my GoPro and a stack of memory cards. I repurposed the bike handle GoPro holder for my shopping trolley. Right. And now we're bagging out the West Australians. Swap your bed and desk around so we can see the other side of your face. You should do some artwork to the blinds. Actually, these blinds are the ones you buy from Spotlight. You just screw them on. So technically speaking, I could absolutely do something to these and then eventually just get rid of them. I never thought of that. If someone buys something, I send a coupon saying there's room in the parcel. Here's 20% off for something else. I did a custom one with 2 for 50 off, and he said it didn't work. Huh. I think you should do a live or canvassing the neighborhood to see if rich houses will give you stuff to resell. Oh man. Seriously. When I saw that video, my first reaction was, are you running out of content? Like that was my first thought. I'm like, are you running out of content that you because it felt like, are you running out of content that you have to go and do this? Because that video took a lot of effort for him to do. And like, surely you can talk about something that can still add value that doesn't require you going around handing out like 50 business cards. Because that whole experiment was strange. It was like, I want to show you guys an experiment, but I'm not gonna do it properly because it's 50 business cards. Like, at least print 100 and do it over a series of of weeks or something. But nah, just drop off 50 business cards. I was quite surprised. And then at the end, it's like I was quite surprised no one actually called. I'm like, yeah, because you didn't do a proper experiment. But you put in the effort to go and okay. I'm assuming he handed out all 50 business cards. But then the thing is, like, assuming he did hand out 50 business cards, it's a lot of effort. But and so it's like you put in all this effort to go and do something, but you didn't really do a proper job of it. And then you make a video about it, and then everyone's like, is there going to be a follow-up? And there probably won't be because he's realized it's a lot of effort. So I don't that's why my first thought was like, have you run out of things to talk about? That because he's kind of gone into these like little projects, right? Like, setting up a new store and doing. I'm like, why are you doing this? Anyways, that's just, have I said too much? uh Yeah, Jody, I think with Grumpy's point, like using the coupon in conjunction with something else might have been the reason why he couldn't do it. Um, I've tried door knocking for other things, and here's the thing, right? If you still, for the money you make on views just to do that exercise, it's like it's still a lot of effort for what was a very half-assed attempt that taught everybody nothing new. Like, we all knew it wasn't going to work because it's 50 cards. If I told like everybody, just tell me what you think. Don't base it on anything I've said. Obviously, it's a bit too late now. But tell me, how many business cards do you reckon you need to hand out before someone actually calls you, and over what time period? And that'll give. And if we all can roughly agree, um, and if we all can roughly agree on the number, that kind of provides the context versus what was actually done. There you go, 500. See, that was my number, 500, at least 500. Question is, how many business cards do you reckon you need to drop before someone actually calls you? When I did a letter drops, I got three out of 1,000. There you go, 3 out of 1,000. That's nuts. And the hilarious, what was the ABC for the letter G? Yeah, what did we say for G? Goods? No, it's up in the chat. G for garage sales. That was what it was. Garage sales. G was for garage sales. There wouldn't be 500 houses in Duddled. the thing that like 3 out of 1,000, and the thing was he went and chose like the biggest neighborhoods with the biggest houses, which means walking a lot more to drop these things off. Um, and the other thing that pissed me off was the fact that the other thing that pissed me off with that experiment was I'm gonna go to millionaire houses because millionaires should have more stuff. Like that's when somebody comes to reselling, the one thing I want them all to know is that you can sell anything. Everything is everywhere. Everybody's houses has cutlery. Everybody's houses has crockery. Everybody's houses has Manchester. Everybody's houses, you get the idea, has toys. Like you don't need to go to a millionaire estate to be able to flip shit. But the fact that he was like, I'm gonna go to millionaire's house, millionaire's place, dressed the way he is, with the car he drives, and drop 50 cars. I'm just like, but the funny thing is, right, there's going to be some Muppet that watches that video and is going to try it and be like, you've inspired me to try this. I'm going to go do it. And he's not going to get the result and be like, I don't know why it went wrong because the whole thing, this was not. Yeah. Pisses me off watching this kind of thing. So, like, because, like, if you do, I feel like if you do something and somebody can at least take something from it and work with it, that's okay. Like, we always say, right? You do. Yeah, he also went in the normal working hours. But it's like when you think about an experiment, or when you think about presenting an idea. I don't mind that in reselling when you go to Facebook groups, people will say, look, everybody is different. You can't copy, you can't copy, but if you can take something out of it, learn how to do something, that'll be great. The only thing everybody seems to take away is the fact that he had guts to go do it. But why? Like if you do the experiment, you need guts to do any experiment. And for most people, it takes guts to do almost anything different or new. At least do it in such a way that people could go, I don't think I do any of that, but there's one thing that I would have done. There was actually nothing in the video that was actually useful. And I went, but since I've done that reaction video, I've been getting messages from people going, hey, react to this other one. And I'm just like, no, there's nothing in this video to react to. The whole thing is useless. If I go and react to it, I'm literally just gonna be like, there's nothing to work with here. I did my very best to be super constructive in that reaction video. And literally the only and the only thing that I could come up with was like, all right, how would I? So this had to fix the video. That's all I did with that. When me going, the way I would do it is reset spaces, get inventory. That was me going. The only way I don't say this is useless if I fix the video, and that was my way of fixing the video. But man, that ground my gears. That video. Champs, there you go. Go to $1 million houses when hard rubbish goes out and it will be on the curb. You should go make one of these videos, like drive around collecting stuff on hard rubbish day. I reckon that would be more useful. But unfortunately, you're probably not going to get the views because it's not sexy. Isn't that frustrating? It's ironic, right? It's like the useful stuff doesn't get the views. The not useful stuff gets all the views. Nah. The world's upside down, as with all things. Rob goes, you never told us that night when you got the slice of bread from a special loaf, you had keenly purchased that for. No, it was just a standard loaf. And turns out, I didn't notice the loaf because it had been sitting in our fridge for probably a week already at that point. And it was just a really good sourdough loaf. So it didn't go when it came out and I cut it, it felt fresh and crisp, as you guys heard through the video. So it got given to us by my mom. And I didn't know about it because Jen just put it in the fridge because she was like, "We're not going to eat it. We still have a loaf that we haven't finished at home yet." So she had just taken it out, and I just cut into it. So I thought it was new, and it wasn't new. And she was like, "Oh, I wasn't planning on using it. It was just a loaf that was in the fridge." So no trouble. But we learned something about how long sourdough can last from being in the fridge. It was crap. It was probably his parents' neighborhood. The lesson was rich people don't care enough to allocate their time to getting a few bucks for stuff they don't need. Pretty much. Ah. Jada's one, was it the one with the auction? Was it the auction lot? The one with the auction lot? Also told him he works business hours Monday to Friday. I don't recall him saying I work every day and can work with you to pick up stuff at almost any time. Hmm. I don't really know I honestly don't know what Matt's doing with his channel, because like everything he does is for views, and there is there's there's no closure to anything that he does. It's like, let's do this thing, and then like, is he hoping that we're gonna forget that Courtney opened the store? You know what I mean? Like, there's no update on that either. It's just she's gone to Perth, she's come back, but there's no update on that either. So we're like, what are you doing? Oh, this chat is brutal. Far out. At least I try to be constructive. You guys are like strategy blondes. Jody found a Disney family feud. Nice. Most Disney stuff does very well. Like, especially when it's I find Disney stuff does well when it's like generic Disney as opposed to like singular licensed Disney for board games. Paul, I'm already mean. I have no reputation to ruin. It means a lot to me that you're here supporting this channel. The fact that you're mean and you're very nice to me, I appreciate that a lot. Has he gone to America now? Will he ever come back? Jada went to the Savers next to me, near me, and I said next time he's in Preston to yell out. Doesn't do enough research. YouTube first, pretty much. I did find a Disney Pictionary sealed a few months ago for $2 at a salvo. Someone should have lost their jobs over that. Oh, the smoking thing is interesting, right? Like, I do agree, smoking definitely narrows your market. However, I feel like there are some people who do not mind and potentially even like the smell of smoke. So growing up, I growing up, because my dad, was a banker, and we used to go to all these different functions as a family. I hung around hotel lobbies a lot. And in Malaysia, traffic's really dense, really heavy, and people don't service their cars as often. So I grew up liking the smell of petrol. Like, literally, that when we drive to the petrol station and Jen's in the car, I forget that she does. I have to quickly open the door, close the door, because when I'm there, I actually like that smell because I grew up on that smell. And then the might suffer from it later, who knows? But then the second smell is the smell of cigarettes in hotel lobbies. I just like to me, when I smell that smell, I think I'm on holiday. It's that. So I suppose some people like it. I wouldn't say it's a completely bad thing. But then you take cigarette smell, you add it with sweat, and not having a shower for a couple of days and alcohol, then that's just a completely different. Like, it's rank, right? But cigarette alone, not completely bad, I guess. Janelle's here. There is also a bit of legislation around cold calling and door knocking in Victoria. Anyway, you need to show ID and clearly state the company business you represent. There you go. I must admit there were some distasteful comments made on your review. Hope they were removed. Which comments? I also thought about doing a video of reviews of people's listings, good or bad. I reckon you should, because you will probably find something to improve. And that's the thing, right? You can never really have a perfect listing, and most people who have perfect listings, it's really just, I'm at capacity, and this is what I'm going to rinse and repeat until I have more capacity to make more improvements. I'm doing. You can always say, unless you're doing 24 photos, you can always do more photos, right? But if someone settles on 2 photos because they're doing 1,000 listings a day, the reason is capacity, is not because not because they don't know they can make it any better. So I reckon, yeah, if you do reviews of listings, just find random listings on YouTube, on eBay, and just review them. I reckon you get a fair bit of traction for that too. Yeah. It's almost like if you Grumpy, here's what I reckon. People like sourcing videos because it's the randomness. It's that whole I wonder what I'm going to find out today. If I know with listing reviews, it's going to take a lot longer for traction. But people who want to know, don't tell us what you're going to review. Don't even tell us. Just be like, Grumpy's going to review a bunch of eBay listings. It's going to be different every single week. Come and see what I find. And it's that people who want to learn will come and watch and see what you end up reviewing. Some days it'll be furniture. Some days it'll be don't even make it theme. So therefore, we can't say I don't want to watch this because it's furniture. There'll be a furniture item, there'll be an antique item, a China item, a toy item, a pair of used undies, whatever, right? Just review it, make it random, and I reckon we'd all tune in to see what you would change. Disney Disney Fictionary sounds relevant to my interest. Buy DVDs, sales for $15, then pays postage and makes $2. Yeah. But leaded fuel did smell good as a kid. I love the smell of Kritek. However, being an ex-smoker, I'm not fond of the smell anymore. I race cars. Oh my god, the smell of fumes. grab random people you know and review listings, or even do it live so chats can put their input in. Yeah. When I smell cigarette smell, it brings me memories of 80s discos. Least leaded fuel was the best. My Datsun least 240k was a Hoon car and it leaked in the boot. Kerosene for those in the 70s. I wasn't born yet. Probably wasn't even thought about yet. Are you guys doing podcast live streams now from next week onwards? That's interesting. Were you meant to tell us that? Nah, my listings are good. My listings are good. My listings don't require review. Because even if you review my listings, I probably don't have the capacity to do any changes to them. So review somebody else. I like your what sold video, Granny. Yep. We're a little drunk, calling it out for what it was, being very blunt. Oh yeah, you and Matt Cummins did that. You guys were reviewing. Was it at Retail Fest? You guys were in a hotel room doing like listing reviews, right? I mean, Granny, if you want to do it live, you would do it live just for the input, really, for the chat to input. But in reality, you could probably just do it record. You could probably do it recorded like the podcast as well, and then and then we could just chime in on the comments anyways, because if you miss something, we'll comment on that. We could affirm changes that you make. At the end of the day, it's learning either way, I reckon. Yeah. Chams, John, are you ever going to do a what sold video? Probably not, because I don't have anything amazing to show you. That's probably the best way of putting it. I mean, like like when you think of when you think about a what sold video, you go, it's the appeal of knowing it's the appeal of like the variety of seeing, like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize DVDs could, like, everybody knows DVDs can go for like between $5 to $10, but it's like you want to see that $99 DVD, right? Or that series where if you get 1 to 7 it suddenly quadruples in value. Or people want to know about that. People know that Lego goes for a certain price, but then people want to know, oh, what's that Lego set that goes for triple the price? I don't actually hunt for that bolo anymore, because it takes the effort it takes to hunt for the bolo, for me, is better processing the stuff, that the bread and butter stuff. So it's like asking Tom to do a what sort video. He'll be like, they're all CDs. I send them all untracked. So that's the reason why I don't do what sort videos. And partially because I don't want to set up the expectation that this is one of those channels that will give you that value, because I don't like that it's presented as value. To me, when I watch a sourcing video, as someone who has been selling full time for 4 years and does mostly bread and butter stuff, I sell 1,000 items a month. I source more than that every month. When I watch a what sort video, I see 10 good items, 20 good items. In Matt's case, 10 good items and half of them not even researched properly, right? And it's like, it doesn't give me any value to go and find the item, and I have no desire to go and find the item, because for the most part, I can't build a store around one-off items. And so then I go, what's the value here that makes someone watch that video? It's really just curiosity. But if it's curiosity that doesn't lead to action, then to me it's a waste of time. So everything that I put out, I want you guys to be able to do something with it, not just watch for entertainment value, because entertainment value doesn't benefit you, doesn't benefit me. So I think it's not for not wanting to share. Like, you guys know what I sell. So it's like, I guess if I have a really good haul, I'll tell you guys about it. Like, I've got these transformers here, right? And this kind of gives you an idea of how much time I have on my hands to do extra things. The live streams overlap with the by Nigel and Cindy. And so, like, you guys have mentioned me talk about this Transformers haul I've picked up. I think it's been 2 weeks now that I've had them. I still have not touched them. They're these tubs, right? They're like massive tubs, $2 a piece, and these are vintage Transformers. I still have not touched them. I've been meaning to. I picked them up because I sell them. I have action figures in my store, but action figures are just one of my stores. And because these require me to actually comp them from scratch, because I've never actually sold this particular generation of Transformers, it's more work than all the bread and butter stuff that I'm doing. Every listing session you see me, I have something to list. I still have plenty of photos to go through. So then it's like, when I look at doing what sold videos and hunt for stuff just to give you guys bolos, I don't have the time. I don't have the time for it. So I guess eventually, when I get around to that, to those Transformers, that will be a what sold video, I suppose. And then there's a bulk lot of Lego just behind that has like SpongeBob SquarePants in there. It's got like episode 1 Star Wars sets in there that I need to reassemble. But once again, it's not assembled. I know that I've got all the figurines, and I'm very tempted to just sell the figurines and get most of my money back anyways on the figurines alone. Like, I paid $200 for that bulk lot. If I just sold the figurines without assembling the lots, I'd probably get 3 times what I paid, and then the bulk lot will just sell it as a bulk lot with random bits. If I assemble it, I'll get like 5x what I paid. I want to do the 5x thing just to prove that I can do it. But once again, time. I'm not sure. Does that answer the question? It's not that I don't want to do it. I really, when we come to YouTube as well, like Sandra, like when we come to YouTube, oftentimes we look at all the content that's available, and like Grumpy, myself, when we talk about it, it's like we sense that there's a prerequisite, right? You must do a how-to, you must do a tutorial, you must do a what would I do if I could start all over again? Like what I wish I had known. There's all these slots of things, day in the life, sourcing videos, but eventually you go, what's the point of the channel, and what can I achieve with my community? And then we just do that. So I feel like with my channel, it's very much bringing you guys together, getting stuff done. That's it. And for most part, you guys helping each other along the way, connecting with each other. turning viewers into fans and then turning fans into community. That's kind of my mission with this channel, if I could summarize it. Yeah. Grumpy wants to re-edit my videos. You are the queen of editing. Why not put a couple of your high sales in these shots? I can. When I do a big one, I can show you guys what I sell, which is a high value item. Sold a Hot Wheels Ferrari for $119 2 weeks ago. I want to know how to start doing YouTube, not with someone's face, but facing the computer so you can see what's involved. I want to start doing YouTube with someone's face, not with someone's face, but facing the computer to see what's involved. The issue, Jody, with staring at a screen, people don't relate to screens. People relate to faces. So if you're talking and we're just seeing screen, like recorded screen the whole time, it gets very tiring on the eyes, which is why I don't like watching recorded screens. I prefer the facial. But I'm sure there's a market for it. You can try it and see. But what you'll find is most people, there's a reason why we like talking to people instead of machines. So you can always do it and see how big the market is. In which case, then a lot of the emphasis will be on your voice and your ability to deliver the different weights, the different weighting for different points you want to make in your tone. Yeah. Loopy, I don't know how Matt is making money on selling $5 DVDs. That must be in an envelope with a couple of stamps and profits about $1. Yeah, it's the YouTube money. How about some death pile YouTubes? I need inspiration. I banned myself from buying, but lapsed today. I'm actually in the process of tidying up my garage. I still haven't quite figured out how to document it properly for you guys. But essentially, I was thinking, I'll draw a map of what my garage used to look like and what it looks like now. But what it ends up being is I can fit another, once I'm done, I can fit another 8,000 listings in my. But once again, when we say 8,000, we mean toys, right? So therefore, it's like I can essentially have another half of a single garage worth of shelves, and I'm currently sitting at about 7,000 listings. So therefore, I can double, which is quite exciting for me. But I'll talk about all that once I get through to it. Unboxing video. I don't have anything to unbox, Jody. They're all pop plots. Rob, what I don't like is when someone does a video and they get the information they share completely wrong. Oh, it happens. I mean, it happens. Grumpy, not too many people would volunteer for that one. Loopy, I've started doing untracked with $2.40. Was doing track before. Bundles too are better. After doing this reselling gig for 3 years, I don't prefer bolo videos as I want to work whilst listening. So I'm really enjoying the lives in the background. That includes you guys. GG. Yep. However, Granny, it can still be anonymous. Most people don't know the names of other people's stores. True. Jody, I'm a process person, so that's how I learn. That's fair. Grumpy Granny, yes, they are what we call evergreen videos. Apparently, tutorial type videos are in that category. They don't get a lot of views straight away, but will be a slow burn. Yeah, essentially, if you do like day in the life kind of stuff, people watch it once and that's it. Whereas if you do, this is for Jody, if you do like process videos, people will watch it over and over again. But once again, it needs to be something that doesn't. The face is what keeps the person on the video. So the moment you just show a screen and talk with the screen, you'll find that the retention drops quite quickly. And if that's the case for all your videos, YouTube's not going to promote it. So then, even though it's still relevant in 5-10 years time, it may never be found. So that's, I think, the problem with the screen share video. And also the other thing is with a screen, resolution gets better over time, which means that your video is going to blur more and more blurry over time. not that it's blurry, but people think it's blurry relative to what's current content. Your face, on the other hand, I think helps to mitigate that a bit too. Grumpy Granny puts a face on the screen. Yep. Jody's building garages. You said you had boxes to list. When I say boxes, I mean like got tubs of stuff, but it still takes work. It takes work. People respond to experiences. Agreed. And I think in Australia, people also value a balanced approach, right? So if I hustle if I hustle nonstop and don't and that's the only thing I do, I'm not relatable. So therefore, I feel like part of being relatable is that you hustle, you stay up late, but you also have kids. You've got a partner. You're part of the community. It's like that's more relatable because you can't say it's not genuine to say do this and if you just follow me you'll be all right. But no, if you're only doing one thing and you're hustling to no end and you don't do anything else, that's no one can follow that. So therefore, relatability is a big part with the experiences. um Loopy, your garage looks like a cellar. Do you have a split level house? Yes. So I've got a double. So essentially, the room we're in is above the double garage. So essentially, my house has a double garage downstairs with like a basement thing that could be a cellar, but that goes the length of the house. So essentially, it's a very long. It's like 2.5 meters, 3 meters, and then it goes the length of the house. So that's where I take photos. But also the space under the house where the stumps are is all clay. So therefore, I can actually put stuff on there. The dust doesn't waft into the tubs. So I've got space for that too. And then I've got 2 bedrooms above the double garage that I use for the business. So essentially, half my house is like a warehouse. Buying a 4 bedroom, buying a 4 bedder when as my first house, best decision ever because um it was definitely tempting to buy like a 2 bedder or a 3 bedder because maintenance, we want to enjoy ourselves, you want to look after the house. But this decision, best decision. And literally, whenever someone wants to buy a first one, like just buy the biggest thing you can. Just keep it clean, live minimally. You never know what you do with that space, especially when you if you're made redundant, if you have kids, like early space. Um, I thought Matt always sends his DVDs tracked, or has he changed his business model? To be honest, nobody knows what he does. And that's the thing, right? It's like with the free shipping model, you can do whatever you want. You just no one's gonna know. Um, wouldn't that be wider than 20 mil, 2 DVDs for $6? I have a question for you. How often do you do stock takes, large or small? I do stock takes probably. I definitely do. I do the one that's the once a year thing. But that's because everything's already. You just take the. For me, I just take the values of the listed stuff, and then I go through all my folders of photos of the unlisted stuff, and then really because that's in the wall. Then I just go to the floor and be like, all right, every tub roughly how much is in there, and it's like an estimated amount. So for me, that stock takes enough. Um, unless I notice that there's like some listings missing, or notice that some you know when I get a tub, sometimes when I get a tub, because let's say my tubs are, I can fit about 50 toys in a tub, one of those like slide out tubs, right? And I'll get a tub sometimes that is half full, and I look at a tub and I go, I didn't realize I had that item. I thought but I haven't, because I haven't sold it in a while, but it's there. And now I'll look at the folders. There is no folder for this SKU. So therefore, everything in this SKU is supposedly already listed. Nothing's on eBay. Nothing's in the drafts. I'm like, what's going on? And so that's when I start going, all right, I need to do a stock take for this thing for a particular time period. Then I'll go to that time period to go and, audit those locations. But yeah, if not, then it's just an annual thing. Do you mark your listings on track on eBay? That is very interesting. Many of his earlier videos touted tracked everything. Matilda, you're bang on and you're relatable. Thank you. You're quite relatable too. I wanna we have to do that video when you're more settled in your flow of things, and then we'll share with the community your story as well. Loopy, live in an apartment, so storage is the killer. Yeah. Time to buy a house in the country. Go to Donald. Property, I think Grumpy is property cheap in Donald. If we sold like a Melbourne property, like what can a mill get it? What can $1 million get us in Donald? Can we buy like a forever house / warehouse in Donald if we have $1 million? Grumpy Granny is going to teach Jody how to do YouTube. Awesome. Matilda doesn't stock take. So Jody, stock take is done on everything that you have. So essentially, you buy a bunch of because you buy a bunch of stock. There's a value on all that. At the end of the financial year, you count the value of that stock again, and then you count how much sales you've had. Essentially, then the sales minus the difference in stock value is your profit. So that's how you work out your profit. That's why you count everything, not just the stuff you've listed. You could get 3 houses for $1 million where I live, and they'd be on an acre each with a pool and a shed. We're moving to Rockhampton. Oh, Loopy, my parents are old, so I can't leave town. That's fair. That's fair. Grumpy Granny, you can buy a ranch for $1 million. I have a 150 square meter shed fully insulated at my house, but it's hard being away from my family sometimes. Yeah, I know. I know that feeling too. My daughter has YouTubes and she won't teach me. She's got 8,000 followers. You should remind Jody. You should remind her that you taught her how to walk and how to use a spoon. Maybe she'll teach you how to do YouTube then. All right, we're doing this. Let's find the most expensive house in Donald. Where? So Donald, Victoria, search. Sort by high to low. The most expensive house in Donald is $425,000. Let's go to sold. See if anything has sold for hold up. Buy? Sold. Okay. Donald. Most expensive house that has sold in Donald. Lots of big plots of land. There's a massive house here that has a giant shed that would be great for. That wouldn't be great for eBay, would it? That's a bit too high, and you'd have to do a lot of work just to. That's just a lot of land, though. So 483,000. With a guys, we found the Donald eBay house. So it's like you've got the swimming pool, you've got the 4-bedroom. You've even got the massive shed in the back. I'd be curious to see how big. What's actually they've actually have pictures of the shed, and it's fully renovated as well. Damn. Biggish wardrobes. I feel like this is one of those houses where you can use every room. Like this can be an eBay room. This can be an eBay spot. This can be an eBay spot. This nice little like veranda looking spot here. Um, this is this massive shed. Wow. Little corner here to do YouTube recording next to a pool. You could totally like not tell people. You could totally not tell people where you live and just be like, you know those videos where they start off telling their story and they go, 4 years ago, I was broke and had $3 to my name. Today, I make six figures a month selling on Amazon. And then they start telling this. Or if you'd like to know more, join my course, right? And they never tell you that, and they just let you assume that whatever house is in the background is just the house that they own. So this could be that porn house where you're standing in that corner with where the pool is behind you, and be like, 4 years ago, I was sleeping on my couch. I was sleeping on the couch of my friend's house. I had no money to my name. My car broke down. And I just thought, you know what? I'm gonna start selling on Amazon. Oh, these live streams are fun. Grumpy, how do you know about the renos? Is this someone you know, or is it like people just talk? Or does everybody know when houses get sold in Toronto because it's a small town? Shipping will always be zone 3. Champs, more space, more death pile. Grumpy Granny is not telling us more about that house. I think it's Grumpy Granny's house. I think we might have discovered Grumpy Granny's house. We're like, Grumpy Granny, how do you know about the renovation? She's like, I will say nothing and I admit to nothing. Hey, Champs, it's funny you say that my toilet has some of my death pile. Can't use toilet anymore. I once actually, I once stacked boxes so high behind the door that the door could only open this much. You had to like slither in through the door to use the toilet. Grumpy Granny is saying nothing. Cool. Okay. I think I feel like doing another 30-minute session and then we'll call it a night. What do you guys reckon? Thanks, Wendy. Sandra, you really should just be at work. But we appreciate you coming to join us. Night, Janelle. Yeah, champs, I reckon do what Paul says. Find the good ones over $20 and just flog off the rest because yeah. Oh, you mean there's a lot of media resellers in SA. You mean like the one that recently started a DVD, a brand new DVD store. But but it's like you do. I think when you think about stock, right? The moment if you buy stuff that sells around that $5 to $10 mark, you have to have some sort of a strategy to either bundle so that your order ASP goes up, but your item ASP stays the same or lower, or you sell or you know that you're gonna have to buy the big ones anyways, and therefore you. What was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought because Paul sent the link about. No. Matt will not buy your DVD. Matt will not. Matt will say on his channel he'll buy your DVDs, but he's not going to buy those DVDs. He So essentially, if you buy stuff at a lower, if you know that stuff's going to the $5-10 mark, you already need to have some idea of how you're going to build out your store so you can bundle them in a sensible sort of way that makes it low effort, high return. Otherwise, you need to know that at some point you have to let those items go for the higher value stuff. Yeah, if not, then you end up being stuck trying to make your money back, and that's every day you spend trying to make your money back is a day that you could have spent learning a new category or branching out with knowledge to get something with a much higher profit that would be more worth your time. And we've all been there, right? Like I say it because it makes sense to me and it makes sense to everybody else who has been through that. But we all have been through that. Like we all have bought stuff that was not worth our time, but we did not know any better. And then eventually we just have to accept that this is the stuff that's worth my time. This is the stuff that really someone else can have a go. This can be someone else's practice inventory, So, and I think it hits home quite hard when you have a lot of practice inventory, and you look at it, you look at a corner, and you look at it, and you go, "Wow, I was dumb." But that's the thing; we've all been through that. You don't have to feel dumb. Like we've all been through it. We've all bought large rooms of stuff that just we really shouldn't have. And it's almost like why punish yourself? That's why I got the dumpster. I got the dumpster because I wanted to make it easy for me to throw. The moment you, because you know that feeling of like you have a dead pile of stuff that's not worth your time. You get frustrated, you want to move it, and then you decide, fine, I'll take it to the op shop next week because that's when I got a moment of time. And then you kind of lull back into the, you go, I'm gonna donate it. Then you lull back into the, I reckon I could sell it. And then you look at it, you go, no, I'm gonna move it. But then the brain is spent doing this dance of like, I reckon I could sell it. No, I should throw it. I reckon I could sell it. I should throw it. I reckon I should sell it. So when I think about best value for money, JJ Richards like skip thing, a skip. It's $30 a tip. I recommend you guys should all, if you have the space in your driveway for one, just get one of those tippable things. It's $30 a tip. They won't. You don't have to get it done every single week. You can choose it to be once a month. Even they are very small business friendly. That way, you have, what is 1,000 liters of dump space. When you bring stuff home, as quickly as you can, throw away the stuff that's not worth your time. Like, don't even if you're if just to get into the rhythm of like, I will only keep the stuff that's worth selling. Don't even tell yourself you're going to donate it, because some of the times when we say we're going to donate it, half the time we're going, yeah, but I kind of want to still try and sell it. Don't do that. We're doing throwaway just to help you get in the mindset of, I will only sell the stuff that's worth my time. My time is valuable. My time is valuable. My time is valuable. My time is valuable. That's the thing, right? And once you get there, you're setting yourself up for success. And what you realize is, by buying, you'll end up buying more lots because you need more stuff. Let's say you buy 100 items, but you only keep 50 of them because that's the stuff that's worth your time. You end up buying another 100. You need to buy more. Throw away, throw away, throw away. You will end up making more money because your time will be more valuable as a result. That's what I'm saying. Um, how many properties close and settle on eBay? Probably not a lot. Or might be wrong. No, that's an eBay reseller house. Yep. Wait, I'm gonna look at it. I haven't seen it yet. Whoa, nice. Oh, that's nice. This is a very nice house. How much do they want for it? 750. Nice. La, la, la. DVD seems like the hardest category to make money, in my opinion, and it's so competitive. Some people do really well. Some people, they know what to look for. They know how to bundle. And that's the other thing that bugs me about Mac. Okay, DVDs is such a big category that people who are good at it and people who are good at selling media are have warehouses as large as Tom, because you need that volume to make it a business. The dude works out of a bedroom with like a single garage. So the only way that makes sense is if he's going to hunt for them, or people are giving him the good stuff at a really cheap price, out of goodwill or whatever. But there's no way it's coming from a bulk lot. In which case, then there's a lot of time spent just hunting for singles. In which, nah. So that's not sustainable, right? You need to essentially bring a pallet in, skim off, sell the pallet off. Bring the pallet in, skim off, sell the pallet off. Bring the pallet in, process the whole pallet because you have a system doing it really, really quickly. So it's like if Tom did Tom did a YouTube channel on DVDs and showed us how he processes all that quickly. I want to watch that video because I'm like, shoot, that's how you're supposed to do 1,000 listings a day. Uh, auctions in Adelaide have around 3 to 6 months waiting time to get rid of DVDs. Paul, I only do DVDs. It's sealed. Yep, brand new, sell throughs high. Tom, Jody, Tom's got a similar issue. Tom's got a similar reservation to me, which is I don't think he wants to do YouTube because it's time consuming. Time is very precious. And when you're churning through that many listings every single day, your time, the value of your time is not in question anymore. You literally know what every minute's worth. And so when you ask someone like Tom who knows how to turn time into money at that clip, and you say, "Hey, do YouTube because eventually you'll make this much money, maybe potentially," it's a very hard sell. It's a very hard sell to go. You might make this much eventually over time. You may know it in 2 years or 5 years, depending if people like you or not. It's like, yeah, nah. I already have a machine that makes money at a certain clip. And I guess that's why we're like, well, we may whenever he's here, we ask good questions, we get good responses, we learn a lot. But the moment you say, "Hey, can you please put in more effort, make high quality things, do video," most of these people won't do it because it's just not worth their time. Maybe Grant, you could kidnap him in one session. All right, everybody, go to Mel's channel and say, can you please record? Just follow Tom around for a day so that we can see how he does things. And Tom, if you're lurking in the chat, know that we desire you. Adelaide, there's stock shortage. It's hard to find untouched DVDs. Oh, Champs is in Adelaide as well. Rob says he does media. He enjoys it. I don't go to auction houses because I feel like an auction house is still a middle. An auction house is still a middleman. I like marketplaces because you're just going straight to the person without the middleman. So I kind of like that more. If you can't get stock directly from the source, then I guess you go to an auction house. But once again, depends on category. Depends on category. Matilda, I don't think there's any secret about Tom. He just hustles. Pretty much. Just grinds. Champs, I know even if auction houses are resellers scraps most of the time, the thing that we forget is the buy cost. So like Jada did a video where he picked up auction lots and he said that he picked up all these like spawn figurines from a previous lot. And they are he will probably like 4x or 5x his investment. Those figures are very much long tail figures, which means that somebody put them in an auction, somebody put them in an auction house, they didn't move. Of course, because it's one of those things where even with eBay's reach, it still is a long tail item, but he can afford to hold them on for a bit longer. So therefore, that kind of gives you an insight, right? It is scraps in the sense that it's probably much longer sell through, but it doesn't mean it's not valuable. So therefore, if you can buy at a low enough cost, just hang on to it. Yeah. But once again, that needs to fit the business model. And you need to know what your business model is, or at least where your business is lacking in certain types of stock. Definitely, that kind of tells you that an auction house probably isn't the place where a starting reseller goes, because a starting reseller is trying to get any stock. So therefore, going to an auction house at the start is probably not a good idea if that's the case. But if your business already has an established kind of, everything is a short sell through, everything is like a bread and butter kind of price point, and you want something premium, longer sell through for that surprise, oh, I sold this for $600 today, then you go to an auction house if you have the cash flow to hold that kind of inventory. Sandra's concentrating on books, but I have plenty of DVDs. I didn't think I might do DVDs, but I had a bad experience in my first year. Have you thought of just moving your DVDs onto somebody else, Sandra? If it's not, if it's just taking up space and not really worth doing, could be a way to get some space back. Chams, I have around 12,000 listings of DVDs. I sell around 4,000 to 6,000 DVDs per year, but mostly cheap ones. Do you? And so I guess the next question is, if you have that many DVDs already, where to from here? I suppose that's probably the next question. Like, where to from here? Like for example, when I pick toy cars, toy trains, toy planes, action figures, you know, there is no end in sight. I guess for me, it's a case of when you increase capacity, you sell more. When you increase more capacity, you sell even more. Whereas, and I think Lego sellers have a pretty similar kind of thing, right? You go as you progress, you sell more. But I feel like with DVDs, is there a sense that the bigger you grow, the bigger the thing you have to shut down eventually when DVDs are no longer in vogue? How do you is there that thought that prevents you from growing that store? Especially when you know that the more you grow, you really is like you're pretty much fighting with margins, right? Because every you start to notice the capacity margin kind of exchange. How's that for you? Jody is nearly at $10,000 for 90 days. Woohoo! Well done. Well done. Grumpy Granny, boys and girls going to bed. Drives very makes me a little tired. Night. See you. I feel like I asked you a very loaded question, champs, and I don't think the chat a lot. But if you're gonna type a response in the chat, it's gonna be a pretty I have around 750 followers. Most of followers buy regularly. That's cool. So lots of repeat buyers holding up the shop. Then that's a pretty cool many followers do I have? It's about 1,400. 1,600. Geez, Scott, harsh. Champs, I want to raise average sale price, but it's hard to find quality stock in Adelaide. I went to Queensland, brought back some very nice stock. It was easier over in Queensland. Retro Ringer, good thing about selling media, plenty of regular returning buyers. Yeah, and that's the thing. If you have a niche store that focuses on a particular category, not a general store, you are going to get repeat buyers. And especially if you have a niche store with great service for a category that people regularly consume. So I suppose our models are very similar, right? For me, it's toys. For you, is for you is media. Like my buyers come back. Some I used to ask when I first started selling. I used to ask every buyer to consider buying more because they're already paying like shipping and it's the satchel has space. Why don't you fill up the satchel? Now I know these names by heart. That when I see these names, I don't even send them a message anymore because I'm like, yeah, you guys know the deal. If you're gonna buy one item, it's because you want the one item, and if you want to buy multiple, you'll go buy multiple. And so they but it's that whole it's the when you break it down, right? What we take away is that the regularity comes from consumable, niche store, great service, and then your followers grow. So that's the answer, Jody. Do those three things: niche store, consumable category, and great service and being consistent. Chams, find me on Facebook. I have an idea for your stock. It says Matilda. There are many Matildas in the eBay community, so should be easy to find. As Tom said in the past, the biggest problem with DVDs are they fly by night sellers who don't know they're selling at a loss until it's too late. Yeah, a lot of people they get surprised by the fees, right? Like the other one was what was it? They they cross the GST barrier and then they don't forget that they get killed by that 10% as well. Sure, you get to claim it back as a credit when you buy the stock, but it's that cash flow issue of withholding that thing messes with some of the lower profit sellers as well. I sold a Hot Wheels car last week. Considering on my photos, it was a minty truck. There you go. How do you get the stock back? Isn't that expensive from Queensland? The customers also appreciate my honesty with condition. I don't say disarming condition when they're not, like most of the bigger media sellers do. Jody, shipping is actually surprisingly cheap, depending on where it's coming from and where it's going to. So couriers, if you can, with couriers, if something is coming from a major city to another, it can be very cheap. It can be very cheap to ship. I'll give you an example. I picked up a box, like a 10-kilo box of like just die-cast toys, relatively big box. And when it got shipped down to me from Brisbane, the courier cost was only like $50. But once again, 10 kilos for me is, how many items would that be? About 300-ish items. So you split that up between, if you split it up by the item, the shipping cost is actually not a lot at all. So in that sense, you add, it's not so much about the shipping for the weight, it's what is the shipping cost added onto the per item. And then you realize that actually shipping it is quite cheap because the bulk lot coming in, you get by the quantity, it's worth your while. I'm jumbling up my words, man. I don't know what's going on with me tonight. Empty truck from Queensland, just pay truck driver for fuel, probably get pallets from Queensland. Yeah, that's another way. Just pay someone to drive down for you as well. Jody, shopping and sourcing for others is tricky because not everybody knows how to do that well. You could put what I do is I have friends in various states, and I will essentially change my Facebook location marker to different places and then source and then essentially message them. And then after that, I'll say, look, I'll pay you guys up front and I'll give you so I'm paying up front, bank transfer, no PayPal, no protection, just bank transfer as a sign of good faith. And I'll give them the contact detail of the person that I'm getting to go pick it up. And then I pay that person to be my driver to go pick it up. And then they essentially accumulate the stuff in their house. And once it gets to like, a 50, 60 kind of centimeter box, then send them a courier label, they send it down to me. So that works for me because toys are very small, and therefore I split the postage cost by the item, completely worth my while, not having to travel there, not having to get the person to ship it to me. That's probably the best way to go about it. If you've got friends in different states, you can probably ask them, hey, can you please help me to pick, because it's the picking. It's not so much it's not the shipping, it's the picking. So obviously give people the option to say no. But if you said to somebody, there's this lot that I found on Facebook, it's near you, can you please help me pick it up? I'll cover your fuel or whatever. And then you just pay them whatever it is that it is to ship it to you. Then you're getting quality stuff. They're just picking it and sending it to you. Do any of you guys actually have somebody who sources for you, who knows what you look for, down to like the condition that you like? That's probably a good question to ask. You could do the phone video walking to the op shop, but once again, it's enough work sourcing for yourself, let alone pulling out a phone to source for everybody else, and then everybody else waiting, like being online at the same time to look at what you're looking for. It's for the return, everybody needing to be synced up at the same time makes it very challenging. Obviously, you can try it if you've got friends who are just as available as you are, you could easily do it. Yeah. Flipper J goes, I'm picky, I need to source for myself. Adam's going, I don't have anyone or know anyone, to be honest. Eventually you will. I started paying people to pick up stuff for me because during COVID, no, sorry, before COVID, I had friends who got made redundant, and then they just didn't. They just wanted to do something, and I went, look, let me know how much it costs to go pick something up, and then we negotiated a rate. They go pick it up, come back. They were like, yeah. So it worked out to be something. It worked out to be like $20 an hour, more or less, after taking fuel into after you take out fuel. Yeah. I find media under strong LED lights show up more scratches, so shop has to have good lighting to see issues. Very true. And this is why John has no friends in the state. Uh, I have a relative who works in an op shop. Half the volunteers who work there are resellers. And that's the thing, right? You can either see it as opportunity or limitation. It's a perspective thing. There's so many people, and there's so many people around you who you can connect with, who could potentially connect you with stock. There's also so much stock circulating around. And so when you think about missing out on lots, you have to think of it from a long game point of view. If you're trying to fight for lots, missing out on lots, getting disheartened, you're missing the point. There are people who will pick up a lot and sell it, and then after never appear again. They made their $50 to go buy tickets to a concert. That's all they wanted to do, right? But you lost a lot to that person. If you're creating a store that's a niche store, you're consistent, it's a consumable category, you're excellent at what you do, you're building, okay? You're building with purpose, there's a strategy in mind. As you add, you're going to find more things. People are going to give you things. People are going to connect you with lots. People are going to send you links. Hey, this looks great. Should you consider? Do you want to go pick it up? That's all going to happen, and you'll get yours along the way because you're going to be the mainstay in that category. So don't sweat not being able to find stuff in the short term. You're going to find stuff. I have 3 stores that put stuff away for me when I get there. See? Even retailer stuff take out cheap stock or rare stock off the shelf before the store opens. Does happen. There is so much stock. Imagine what we sell to a buyer on eBay will end up being cycled through over and over. For us, resellers pick up again over and over again. Yep. I'll let Rob answer that question. How do you get stores to put stuff away for you? I reckon resellers that have staff put away stuff for them, they should have signed out the front saying taken. I build relationship over time. I work with them. I help to sort some stores crap. Mainly it's the relationship you build. Pretty much. There's an op shop around from where I am that they just know if they give the whole tub to me, they don't do any work. Their job is they get stuff for free. Their job is to get money for it. And there's a manager there who understands less money for no work is better than more money for work involved and store space taken. So it's people. You'll go to shops where you can, no matter how you try and educate them and help them understand that, look, if I take it from you, you'll still make money. It's not, and you'll still make money. You don't have to do any work. It's not going to take up space on the floor. They'll be like, yeah, but policy says I need to put it out for at least to give someone a fair go to buy whatever. And some people just don't get it. They just don't get it. But when you go to a store where they do get it, cha-ching. And then it comes down to consistency. If you come back once a month like you say you would, and they get their stuff back, and they go, hey, actually, we kind of want you to come every 2 weeks, you have to take it all. But if you can't keep it up after 2 weeks, you've burned that bridge. So you still need to be prepared. Some places, for example, like that's why I like the dumpster. I will pick up more stuff some weeks, could be crap, throw it in the dumpster. Some weeks I pick up stuff that's really good, have to sort through it all. But because of the sort through it all, I don't have the time. But I go back in, I pick up the next slot, because you have to continue giving the value for them to keep the relationship cozy. Then once in a while, you might say, hey, I'm not coming in this week, my daughter's sick, whatever, and it'll be understanding. But if, let's say, they give you the chance to come in regularly and you don't, or when you do, you start being picky because you start going, oh, you know what, this actually isn't what I thought it was going to be. Recognize you are that once you burn it, it's not going to be there anymore. So therefore, you have to protect the relationship and not be particular about the stock. You're getting stock easily, saving time. Think of it that way. And also over time, you can start saying, hey, I'm actually looking for these kind of things, not those kind of things. And as long as you're consistently adding value to the way they work, thinking about them, being considerate of them, you'll find that they will also start to curate better things for you as well. I just want to thank everyone in the chat for inspiring me to list this week. I have done lots and scheduled things to the last few weeks. You're welcome, Jody. Have to be an extra. Well, it depends, Loopy. I don't think you have to be an extrovert to be in relationships, because even extroverts find life partners. So, which means that they have to go through some sort of dating process to get there. Extroverts, and by the way, extroverts intimidate introverts. So I think it comes down to, can you find introverts? And if you find introverts and you know how to connect with other introverts, you're gonna. And in fact, I reckon introverts have an advantage purely because they know they are more empathetic to connect with other introverts. They know not to pressure. They ask nicely and they're more polite. And the introvert on the other end is more likely to help you because they don't want to deal with more people either, especially more people who are likely to be intimidating, bossy, pressuring, like a certain somebody that we seem to hear about that can be a bit too aggressive. So yeah, I don't think introversion is an impediment. I think that you can definitely achieve a similar relationship building outcome being an introvert. In fact, being an extrovert, yeah, I think it's fair game. I think it's fair game. I only picked in one category, so I don't touch other stuff I know I can make a profit on, but it doesn't fit my store atmosphere. It's like why Coles don't put diapers next to the bananas. There you go, Rob. See, you and I are similar. Like, I'm not gonna put, even like there are action figures that don't fit the collector kind of, that cannot be posed. I just don't sell it. Why do we end up having these good convos late at night? My bed is calling me. we do not get to determine how the energy of the live stream is. It just happens, and that's the best. People have been asking me like how many people. So it's bad that Octo and Grumpy Granny are not here, because they were asking me today in the live this morning like how many people actually stay to 2 in the morning, and I told them sometimes we have like 10, and I think the best we had was 15. We still have 15 here right now. And it's what, almost 2 o'clock. Leave the area you picked tidier than when you found it. Yep. Sleep when you're dead. It's Friday. Night, champs. Thanks for joining us. Jody, people will always comp. But back to that point, right? When you, if you don't focus on fighting for the stock. If you know how to get the stock, you'll get the stock. Focus on actually building a store that will outlast the competition. You know, that's because if you do that, that's your recipe for success. Don't worry about the stock. There's so much stock in circulation. Yeah, like I've been selling in the same categories for years, right? And those of you who have been doing this for years in the same categories, you see your competitors come and go. You know who your regular competitors are, and the ones who are not, you don't even think about them anymore. uh this has been good. This is good conversation. But I feel like I'm waning, and I don't think we're gonna do another half-hour session. So, how do we feel about calling it a night at this point in the conversation? Hi, Matilda. Um, I'm helping my in-laws. I was gonna tell you guys, I'm helping my in-laws move house on Saturday, and they live in like a apartment that is directly above a row of shops. So essentially, if you think of like six shops, you've got six. Imagine you got six shops and you got six apartments on top, and they've all got like a single staircase going up. Last time we helped them move house, um, they I didn't realize that the staircase was so narrow. You had to carry down one box at a time. So it was 17 steps to go to the top. So essentially every box was 34 steps. And then they moved to another they just moved across to the one that was closer to their shop. So therefore every box was 68 steps. And I was alternating between, like, do I walk with my toes so that I'm working my calves, or do I walk with my feet flat so that I'm working like my quads and my thighs? But yeah, it was like an hour and a half of going up and down, up and down, up and down. So I had to take a break. In fact, literally could feel my all my legs shaking. That's gonna be my fun on Saturday. So I'm gonna drive to Bacchus Marsh. So that's like an hour and a half drive, do that move, and then drive back. I'm not sure how much legs I'll have by the end of it, but we'll see. Oh, Jody, man, you're not catching a break, are you? We'll be praying for your mom to hopefully she'll be able to deal with the cancer, and your family will be able to support her as well. Good night, everybody. We'll see you guys on Tuesday. I was today in Octo's this accountability thing. They were saying what I want to do. I'm going to try and pump out a video a day. Essentially, cut up these live streams to make them more topical. So if you don't see a video, but close to the end of the day, message me so that I actually stay on top of it, because I feel like I need to get myself in the rhythm of editing, because I've been realizing that I'm putting it off. So yeah, until next session. Bye.